Hey guys, welcome to another voiceover. My name is Sakami-chan, and for this voiceover, we will be painting another Genshin Impact character. So this time, um, I've been going down the list of characters that I really dig the design of, and Fischl has a design that I quite like. First, I think it's there's Lisa, that's my favorite, and then I really like Fischl's design, and then Mona's design is pretty good too. And there's other characters that I really like, but those three are probably my favorites. So yeah, let's go ahead and do another pinups of this character. I mean, not another pinup, but another Genshin Impact pin. So, um, this is the sketch I did. It's quite rough, but it has the idea in mind, and I'm gonna kind of, make her a little busty because I like to paint bust. Um, so now I'm just gonna go ahead and name my groups. I usually like to organize them by background, character, and then steps. Just gonna place them in order. Sketch on top. It's the background. First step. And then, actually not sure how I should approach this. Oh, hold on. And I'm gonna try to do a more anime-esque look for her. I've been this whole month actually, well, the first part of this month I've been pretty much drawing more anime-esque style. Yeah, maybe I will do a bit more semi-realistic later. I do have something planned that is a bit less anime, so but yeah, I'm just kind of separating the limbs into separate layers because I know that I'll end up kind of separating them anyways down the line, so I'm gonna do that now. That's the body layer. Anything that's overlapping will be in their separate layers to make it easier for painting, that is, because I can edit a lot easier this way. Although there is, certain advantages to kind of just painting everything on one layer. It's probably a little faster if you can master it. And also it, I would say it has better flow to it as well. But since my art, what I try to do is refine. I like to refine a lot of stuff, so painting in one layer slowly is becoming not as efficient for me. Drape. I might edit this later. But if I were to approach this in a more painterly style, then painting everything on one layer would be better for me, I would say, because then I could blend all the colors, and it's easier to kind of blend colors together in a watercolor kind of way if you paint on one layer. At least that's from personal experience. In the past, I was more into, very painterly style. Not super painterly, but like a lot more painterly than what I try to do nowadays. But anyways, this will take a while. I am just separating elements of the character in separate layers to make it easier for me to paint. Let's go ahead. try to find the right flow for her pigtails. But I kind of want to make it her hair floaty back here. If I were to animate this, this would be a pain to animate for sure. I have never animated, actually, I've animated once and it was not that, I didn't know enough to animate floating characters. But yeah. Okay, I think this is the general vibe that I was going for. And bow. She's got a bow as well. I kind of wanted to have her bow look like a transformation bow, where kind of like the Sailor Moon vibes, where her transformation comes from her bow and it spreads out. So yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can do something like that. Put this on a separate layer. Lapels. Lapel? I don't know. I probably spelled that wrong. But at least I would know. So, ponytail, where's the tails? There it is. I might switch up the flow of the ponytail later as well. And as for the background, I'm gonna try to think of something. Okay guys, I'm back. So, put together a background real quick. So these are all from Adobe stock. And just using these for now as kind of like a placeholder or a rough concept. And once I finalize the detail, because I'm not sure if I will change the background later on, but if this is final, I would probably buy the high-res version of the textures to use. But for now, these are just previews. I think I started doing this after a while, because before I just kind of went and licensed it and used the high-res, but then I changed the background, so I have to re-buy other images. So now I just use previews first, and once I'm happy with the preview for the final image, I go back and get the high res for it. But yeah, this is the background composition. So we got the base layer. Oh crap. Okay, I'm gonna go through my download history for that because the ID is gone. I usually leave the ID there so I can go back and look for it. Look for the high-res version of it. And this is another image that I kind of just blurred to give this kind of color. And then these two are kind of like effects. Delete. Just gonna remove the serial code. I have the serial code in the name. And then two other layers. I just kind of looked for crows, and I found some that I thought might be fitting to the composition. So yeah, this is my background. Now coming back to the character, which we will be focusing on, I will be gonna go ahead and start shading it. Trying to think what kind of light source I will be doing. Okay, let's get started. So gonna go with the body layer first. I'm gonna try to do a kind of a keeping it a bit more colorful this time. I've been trying to go more colorful for most of my pieces recently. Okay, she's got hold on, I'm gonna flip this. I might rotate her a little after, but yeah, I tend to like kind of painting on this side. Maybe make the stocking a little higher. She's got the same sort of stocking as Lisa. So I'm going to roughly kind of go over the outfit. So she is more or less a younger character, so I'm just going to make her a bit older. Okay, and just oh wait, there's the lapel supposed to be here. And another, actually, yeah. I might have to there. I'm gonna have to play around with the layers. And she's got a very detailed clothing collar. I will leave that to later. For now, let's go ahead. Okay. Just gonna go ahead and start shading it a bit. Get some dull color. I'm gonna start off with layering dull color first and then layering more saturated / highlight colors. Let's go ahead and make this bright a little bit here. I'm also using the airbrush for this. And so she does have a very detailed what's it called, I'm just gonna do the base of it. Very detailed color piece. Let me just give it my best shot for the base. So this is the basic shape of it. I'm going to line the arm and then shade it softly on the side here. Now for here, going in with that shadow, just going to go ahead and paint in the anatomy for that side. So she does have some intricate design, like fishnet design kind of thing. Here, I'm gonna just paint the skin first and then I will layer on the fishnet detailing afterwards so that it's easier to deal with. To lasso the leg so I can have a nice clean shading of that side of the leg. Add a bit of shadow on this side using the color that I've already got. Same with here. Oh, hold on. Get some shadow up in there with some highlight. And near the line shadow, I'm using a warm tone for that, so it will contrast nicely with the duller tone that I've used throughout her skin. It's nice to have a bit of contrast every now and then. Next, gonna go ahead and okay, so her arm is kind of like a sheer mesh type of deal, so just gonna shade it like a beige dark brownish shade, and then going back in, bring a bit of her skin tone in there, and I will be detailing that a little later. And as for the hand, same deal. Okay, she's got gloves on this hand, so let's go ahead and make it darker. Very rough, just trying to get everything sort of blocked out. Basic blocking, I mean. Not super detailed, just trying to get something up and running. Using the lasso tool to help me quickly block stuff in as well. Time for the drape. So the drape itself is kind of like this color. And the front is a purple shade with some design on it, which I will be working on that separately a little later. But for now, I'm just kind of putting in a basic shape to indicate to myself how the fabric is deformed and stuff. Then going back into the bigger areas and putting in some rough detailing of where the ruffles will be, or the detailing for the fabric, which I will be working on a little later. I used a purple shade first, and then I can go in with a blue base and gradually, very, very subtly paint that on. A lot of this is really I think I've received some questions about why their blending isn't as smooth as mine. There is actually a few troubleshooting I would suggest. Is sometimes it's really hard to control your tablet pen pressure, but once you get it, you will be able to do that. Another thing is, if your tablet does not have enough pressure sensitivity, it probably will be very hard, or probably you won't be able to get it to blend like this. Oftentimes that's the issue with cheaper tablets, is that the sensitivity isn't as good. That really depends what brand, of course, but I guess it's been a while, but a long time ago Wacom released like the bamboo series, and those were a bit more affordable. However, they didn't have as much pressure, so I had a lot of questions about that actually, like why their tablet didn't have as much pressure, because sadly the tablet they're using doesn't have enough pressure for them to kind of blend efficiently, because the best way to do this is 100% opacity, and you just use your like how hard you press on your pen to blend. That is the best way to blend, pretty much. Yeah, that also requires a good tablet. So that is two reasons why, if you're having trouble blending, that is why. Okay, so just pretty rough for that. Now going to the bowl. She's got a cute purple bowl, nothing too extravagant. Gonna go ahead and add a bit of blue hue, and there's actually some detailing on the bowl too, like a gold pendant, which I will be adding in later on. Recently I've been getting to the habit of painting everything in their separate layers for the sake of animation, because I have to cut all those elements into their separate layers for animation purposes, so I've been getting into the habit of that. Also, I think it's probably pretty good for artists that like to kind of edit and move things around to test things out, to have stuff in separate layers. So yeah, just kind of painting some basic detail on the bowl that's gonna be rendered flushed out a bit later. Last but not least, I've been painting a lot of blonde characters this turn. But yeah, I think Celestine, and then Cynthia, and then Fischl. So all of them blonde. Going in with the airbrush to quickly kind of paint out some rough lighting, like where I'm gonna have it basically. And we're going to elaborate on that a little later. I'm just gonna get through most of it. I'm gonna try to keep the face more anime-like. So first, getting that hair blocked out. I'm still debating on where the lighting's going. Maybe on the side. Like that? I'm not sure. We'll see. A lot of times I would decide on the basic shading and then afterwards I would change it. But for now we'll have the lighting coming from kind of both sides. And then as for the face, we're gonna do a highlight on the bottom again. That's kind of like my preferred lighting style for a while now. For the shadow on the chest, just gonna select that part of the torso and just make it dark. That might be a bit too dark, it needs more warmth in the shadow. I will edit this later. Anyways, we'll go with that for now. And last but not least, we got the ponytails. Fill it up, and then going in with that rough highlight to kind of just establish where I want the basic color to be. So now I have it. I first started with the canvas flipped. So now that I flipped it again to put the color, I kind of want it to kind of be a little tilted. Kind of. I've been fighting the urge to make the wig thicker. But I've also been trying to make my character a little less thick but still busty. So we'll see how that turns out, because some reason I always end up with thick thighs for my characters. go with that for now. Okay. So now that I have a base to go with, I'm gonna go into add more details. And I will, oh, hold on. I will also be doing some rendering off camera to speed things up, but you guys will know. I will explain to you guys what the basic process is, which my usual process is just paint, use lasso to kind of make things clean, and then use the airbrush to blend, as well as using the smudge tool, which I will show you guys. Although I'm sure if you guys watch my voiceovers a lot, you will see that I love using the scatter option, which is basically a very similar function as the smudge tool in Clip Studio or Open Canvas. That is a very old school Japanese art program, but it's very similar to that. It's good for blending. As long as you have scatter on, whatever brush you use has that sort of effect. Usually I just use scatter with the solid round brush for blending. And make sure your strength is to 1 to 2%. Any more than that and it's a bit too much. But usually you will see that I will use airbrush. I've been slowly, testing stuff out, but usually my standard brushes that I use are those two. Just going to make it slightly darker under the chest, because it's a shadow and stuff. And you see the shadow is very dark. So I go back in to make the shadow a little bit warmer. So let's go ahead and do a bit of work here. Start rendering the chest. Oh, okay, I see. There is actually two designs. So there is the darker fabric, and then the blue paler fabric. Actually didn't notice that until I look a little closer. Pretty interesting design. Gonna fill that in. There's actually some secondary details. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. This I will have to do on a separate layer. And we have some intricate motif, lighter color motif that is more purple. This is all about detailed work from now on. And I'm all about detail work. Kind of obsessed with it. I don't know, it's just feels like to me I have a thing with detail. I just can't leave it if it's not how I want it. Let's go ahead, select the bottom, create another layer. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna go overlay and so use a light purple. Just another way to lighten the color. I want there to be a bit of a lighter color towards the bottom, like so. Okay, I will probably have to kind of put this whole part on a separate layer, on the lapel layer, so that it's consistent. Oh, hold on. Let me lock the layer. There we go. So that's the lapel layer. Wow, it's very detailed, I have to say. But it's okay, I'm also very much into, hold on. Have to change the design here a bit, shorten the design. Now I am kind of, what's it called? Making sure to stick as close to the graphic design of her outfit as much as possible, especially when it comes to kind of interpretations or slight changes to the character's outfit. A good way to still make them recognizable is just to stick some of the essential identifying traits of their outfit into whatever changes you're doing to the outfit of the character, like your interpretation of the character. So this is very rough. Gonna try to, let's go ahead, add a bit of highlight. Okay, and here there's some secondary design. This part is actually a lot darker. This portion of her outfit, and there's another curve to that outfit, and it's like a little wing, I guess you could say. Okay, I might have to remove that. Make it darker. Oh, whoops, I forgot. Okay, I should really have this on a separate layer again. There. Cut. Put it on the lapel layer again. Back to skin tone. Actually, even after this, there's a bit of ruffles underneath. Skirt ruffles underneath it. Okay, let me just change that a bit. Alright guys, so I went ahead and finished the rest of the manipulating off camera, so this is what we have. So now I'm gonna lock down the layer and just gonna take a bright color, and I'm gonna start by kind of adding some highlight in some of these areas, especially in the area where it's really bright. I'm even gonna use white as a highlight just to get the maximum amount of highlight, and kind of toning it down with black again. I want to make it kind of shiny, but I might make it a little more subtle later on, but for now we're gonna get a lot of shiny highlight in this stencil looking design. Okay, so now I think it's looking like it's got its own texture, which is nice. Okay, now using the lasso tool, again I will isolate the areas where it is kind of bright in general, and and hopefully this will help me. Oh wait, hold on. Going to this and lighten. Cool. And I'm just going to play around with the color. Oh, maybe not that colorful. There. And then going back in, add some shadow in some of these areas. And now, so we can really stack it. There we go. As you can see now, it's looking a lot more complicated. Kinda nice. Now lower the opacity slightly for a more subtle detail. Okay. Let's go ahead and put back everything. Rotate this back. Okay, now I'm going to let's work on the arm a bit. I'm going to remove this layer. I'm gonna be working on the arm first. Gotta make sure it is properly following the lines. Clean up the elbow here. And I'm gonna take a look at the official design. Okay, let's get started. So for the arm, what I'll do first is clean up the shape, lock it down, and I'm gonna start off by actually shading it in so we can have a basic volume, and then we will add the details later. So get the highlight of the rim light. I'm going to line the top portion with a shadow. Going back to airbrush. Let's brush that in. Shade that. Contour this side with a dark color. Okay, now that that's done and I believe that the shape is there, I'm gonna go ahead and start lining that detail that I see. The first detail I see is this design. Oh, hold on. With the small brush, I'm just going to go ahead and contour that. I'll probably do my own little thing a bit later, but otherwise, the other parts of the design looks like this. Just lining it according to how I see it. I'm not super sure how this is gonna go, but yeah, let's try this. And then I'm not a big fan of this design, to be honest. Maybe I can do something else. Let's lower the opacity for this. Let's see if I should manipulate it a bit. Maybe like that. Bring that up a bit. And then going under here, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna do the same thing with the fishnet lines. Maybe we can stop it here. Something like that. Actually, maybe I should do the whole arm. And just gonna follow the lines. I mean, that I think looks a little more interesting, in my opinion. And just kind of, I'm gonna see if this works. So I'm just gonna line it fully. And hopefully it won't be weird. It's not that bad. Let me make it a bit more, maybe this side. Okay. Maybe I'll just have it on like these areas. Going back to do the dots. Oh, actually, I might have to remove the hand here. Can't really see it. Go ahead and do that. It's good enough. Almost got everything. So now that I have that done, go back to each individual box. Just gonna add a bit of highlight in those areas, especially nearing the outer edge of the arm. It just adds a little something. Same for this side. Bring it all the way around. That should do it. As for here, let's add some shine. Just for additional detail and stuff. Merge down, lock it in. I'm going to kind of make it a little darker near the edge here, and of course we have the rim light on the bottom here. So is here actually. There should be a tiny bit of rim light around that area too. After that, block it down a bit more. I'm gonna add a tiny bit of highlight. Bottom layer, I'm gonna add some slight indentation for the arm meet with the glove. Gonna do a little bump here. Here too. Then make it a little more subtle. Merge it down into the arm layer. Now for the hand. Nothing really special about her glove, really. But let's go ahead and clean it up. Bring it up. Oh, hold on. No. Actually, yeah, nothing really special. I just have to clean it up. This is the thumb. No, actually, this is not the thumb. This is the This is finger. This is the thumb. Let me just go ahead and refine it a bit. But I don't think I need too much detail for this area, that is, since her glove is pretty much the perfect color to hide details in. And even if I do put out some detail, it's gonna be really hard to see. One finger, two fingers. Let's go ahead and clean that up. Here we go. And just gonna add some small thing for the arm here. Highlight this. Also kind of cleaning stuff up at the same time. There. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. Let me add some tiny detail here. Okay. And then I have the hair that's overlapping. I could probably try to do something with the hair. Maybe make it less overlapping, or actually, I'm gonna have some hair, kind of. Maybe some floating here. I will have to reshape this hair over here. Let me take a look at the official art. I just want to see how her hair kind of flows. I still want that flows this way. The rest will be in shadow, and then there's this batch. I wonder where maybe I can have this batch of hair kind of going kind of in her hand or something like that. And then the rest of the batch of hair, let's see here, let me see how it would look if it was like kind of flipped this way. Actually, it looks interesting. I might do that. Cut this batch of hair, flip it over. Floating this way or something. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and render this out first. Oh boy. Remove that. Alright guys, so I'm back. As you can see, I did some more work off camera just to speed things up. Most of the work I did is pretty much the same technique with the lasso tool and the airbrush. So we're gonna take it from here. As you can see, I'll show you guys what I worked on. The hair, I kind of tried to finish rendering off. So on both sides, kind of worked on it. And added some shading to the leg. Pretty much just added some shadow on the outer silhouette of both legs. And for this leg, after I applied shadow around the side, I then took a lighter color and lightened the side to give it a bit of rim light. Now, I'm working on the motif on her stomach area, which I pretty much did the same thing I did here, kind of just creating that motif on a separate canvas, and then I warped it to the stomach and added some lines. So hopefully I'll work out. Let's zoom in here so that I can see if I can get this properly. So I will be taking the color up here and using that color on this area as well. Just to give it some volume. So I'm gonna try it out first. First steps first, apply highlight. And then I'm gonna be trying to add some skin tone highlight in here to sort of try to blend it into the skin, or have it lay a little bit more against the skin. Okay, I'm gonna take a bit of this color and just going to add it on the other side. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I think it's looking more laid against the skin tone, which is nice. So basically, putting both light color out on the outer rim of the motif and leaving the shadow on the inner area. Looking back and forth at the small preview, just making sure that it's translating how I want it to. Also, I'm gonna go into clean it up a bit. So you can see some of these areas is a little messy. Continue on with this. Gonna add a bit of shadow here. There, making the motif a little bigger. Okay, now that that's done, let me try lowering the opacity a bit. Actually, it needs to be refined a bit more. I'm gonna take this color, brighter color. I'm gonna be adding this highlight a bit more carefully in small parts where I had previously laid down highlight, but in a way that kind of emphasize certain high points of the design, so that it will look somewhat shiny in certain areas and have a focal point where the eye is being drawn to on this large design here. Add a bit of it in the center. And now create another layer underneath, and I'm gonna try adding the fishnet now. line it up. Okay, let me just do the cross. Oh, just want to see how it looks. Okay. Remove this. Maybe I'll just not have the bottom part, just have the top part. After that, do the little dots. Actually, maybe I should have a bigger brush for this. Just dot, 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 dot. After I apply the dots, I kind of want to maybe make some design here. Oh shit. Okay, merge down. Erase the outer edge a bit. Oh, actually, I should. Probably should have drawn it in here as well. Let me just go ahead and do that. Trying to connect the lines. I have the urge to be messy with the lines. Try not to though. And go ahead and dot it. Okay, now that that's done, let's do the dots. So this entire area is completed. Oh. Now it's time to go underneath it. Belly motif. I don't know, I'm gonna call it belly motif. Go under, and we're gonna kind of paint a bit of indentation marks, or at least a bit of shadow casting from this onto the stomach. go ahead, select that side. And here, add a tiny bit of highlight. Actually, no, it does not look right. Add the shadow instead. The shadow looks a little better. Add some shadow on the outer edge here. Let me try to add a bit of shadow around this area too. Okay, and continue on down here. Add the highlight on the side of each square and shadow on the other side to create a bit of indentation look, and then we're gonna make it a bit more subtle by erasing the work that we just did. Alright guys, so I went ahead and cleaned some of these areas up. As you can see, it's slightly cleaner. Let's see here. Yeah, it's slightly cleaner. And I have put down the base for the garter belt. I had it before, but I went ahead and just kind of cleaned it up a bit more as well. And I worked on a few other areas, such as the face, just speeding things up. And also I added some more shadow around the leg as well. So let's continue this. Gonna work on that garter belt. Now that I have the basic shape, I'm gonna go ahead, start adding in a bit of shine to the strap and the hip area too. Clean it up a bit more. And I'm gonna go ahead and create another layer. Then carefully line it like so. Oh, wait. Okay, maybe this part could be just hanging. Trying to find a good silhouette for that. Okay. After I do that, then going in. Actually, should I? You know what? Let's use a bit of this design. Just going to warp this design. And might be a bit too busy, okay. I think I'll just warp it and have it mostly towards the mid of this area and stop it here, and then the rest is gonna be this pattern. See how that looks. Okay, let me just have a look on the smaller screen. I think I might need to bring that design over as well to the other side. Merge down. Take this and put it on the other side. That looks a bit more even, you could say. Okay, now that's done. Lower the opacity a bit so it looks more like lace. Merge down to this. Now I'm gonna work on the little part here. So I'm gonna line it first. There's a design inside, so I'm gonna have a guide on the inside here so I know what to shade and stuff. Take this color, it's already there, so I might as well use it. And pretty much doing the same sort of shading. Shadow on this side. And then highlight here. And on the inside we have a gem. A fuchsia-esque gem. Using the lasso tool. Have it highlighted. Gonna add some shadow on that side. Add a bit more highlight on this side. And then on that side, gonna select a few geometric shape using a bright bluish toned light, highlighting the upper part where the shadow is, creating a glowy effect or gem-like effect. and then just going to add some shadow. Make another layer. There's another part to this. Do the bottom half of this motif. I'm not gonna be super detailed, just gonna have enough of it. Then layer on the shadow afterwards. Merge down now, and voila, there we have it. Still, it is a bit rough. You can choose to refine it, but it looks acceptable to me, because if you zoom out, you can't really tell that it's messy. Okay. Just going to select, delete. Select, delete. I should probably have actually take this whole, take this part, copy, paste it here. Of course, I'm gonna have to warp it using a few options. And have the other one kind of floating off. Well, it could be better. I think I might need to. Okay, I think that looks better. And have it kind of being on the other side. Maybe a little bit up. Lock down my garter belt layer. Pick this color. Just using surrounding highlight colors. And adding it to the garter belt. After that's done, create a layer underneath, and we're gonna do the shadow now. Just going to line the garter belt a bit with shadow, kind of implying you know, press of the skin from the garter belt, or marks. Adding some highlight on the bottom. And for here, select this side and have it be shadow. Blend that in. Oh gosh, oops. Delete that. Trying to figure out where that is from. Gonna clean up the shadow here. Add a tiny bit of, guess the highlight was already there, and we'll add a bit more shadow here. Erase. Gonna line this. Add a bit of shadow underneath it. And I think that should do. Lower the opacity a bit, make it a little subtle. Oh, what did I do? Oh. Gonna have a bit of make the shadow of the garter belt swinging up and clean it up too. Okay, I think that should do. There you go. Merge down to the garter belt there. There we go, we have additional detail. Now, I'm gonna work on that hand, it's still a little rough. Where's that hand? Here it is. Okay. Clean up a bit. Probably also clean up the fingers a bit at the same time. Just gonna go ahead and fill in the fingernails. Gonna add some shadow underneath the thumb using the shadow color that's already there, and continue to refine each finger, and each finger has a bit of shadow around them. Gonna shade the finger a bit better using the lasso tool to help me make sure to paint inside the finger. Add a tiny bit of pinkish tone to the finger. This finger too. Bring back the fingernail. Give it a bit of shape. Then going to add a bit of highlight on each of the nails. Cleaning up the shape of the thumbnail. I think it's a lot cleaner now. Also kind of, what's it called? refining the fingers so they're not too thick. Underneath the thumbnail, add a bit of shadow. There. Where's the hand again? Just going to bring it up. Actually, put it here. Go back to the top layer, create another layer, constrain it, control, click. Add a bit of highlight and shadow to imply the hand is kind of making contact with her top. Maybe even a little shadow. Going back to the hand layer, using the lasso tool, just gonna select that part, and I'm gonna pick a slightly darker color. And add shadow there. So it feels like the top is resting on her hand. Clean that up. I think that should do it. Oh, some last minute changes. Don't know if I want to do the eye patch. I guess I could have it there. Last but not least, we have the wings. So this, I will be using the lasso tool to help me get a nice straight line. Let me see, actually. Gonna lighten the rim light for the wings. And then I'm gonna see if it would work if I blur it a bit. Using motion blur. Just adding a bit of action, and I suppose I could also do this for the feather. I'm actually going to have the feather overlapping the character. This one's kind of being hidden, bring it out. Add some highlight to it. bit of texture on the side. I'm not gonna be super careful with this because I wanted to test out if I motion blur this too. Maybe not that much, just the right amount. And make that a little darker too. Alright. Yeah, I'd say this is a good place to stop this voiceover. Anyways, I would say this piece actually took a lot more than 5 hours, maybe 10 or 12 hours, or a bit more, because I've been working on this a little bit outside of the recording to speed things up. And I would say that it's a little faster for me to work without having to record as well. Yeah, because I feel like it does take a lot longer to think and narrate while I paint, as well as to having the pressure of the recording. It's kind of, I would compare it to kind of having someone looking over your shoulder while you draw. That type of feeling, just a bit. But yeah, I hope you guys took something out of it, and if you're listening to this while you sleep, I hope you have a good sleep. And I think this recording took maybe the span of 2 days, 2 days and a half. I slept twice on this recording. I mean, I went to sleep, woke up, went to sleep, woke up to record this, because this piece actually was quite frustrating to work on, because I had this idea in mind, I just couldn't execute it. Even now I'm not fully happy with it, but I thought, you know what, I will just refine it and just roll with it, and maybe the next piece will be better. But yeah, I hope you guys learned something from it, and I'll see you guys in the next voiceover. Have a great day, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye bye. Work on the legs a bit now. Probably also be good to work on the rest of the body. Actually, what I'm gonna do is duplicate the body layer. Let's go ahead and make it really, really intense for a sec. And also, I'm gonna slightly change the color to a more warmer tone. Maybe not this much, but yes. And then what I'll do is bring back the cooler or unsaturated tone. So that I can have a bit of both. So this is before, after. Maybe here too. Remove some of that. Lower that. And then I can play around a bit more with it to be like this. And then I'm gonna keep going. Now, going in. So I want this part to be in shadow and that part to be in shadow. I am once again putting, kind of trying to determine which side I want in shadow pretty much. So copy paste and then make that selection that I just did a little darker. So this is secondary shadow. Okay, after that's done, I'm going to softly remove parts of it. Maybe have a bit of highlight in the shadow. Like that. And also I'm gonna play around with that shadow color, so let's see what color, maybe more purple-ish. Just playing around with the color. Don't mind me. Okay, maybe somewhat like this. Just gonna erase parts of it. And I'm gonna try to keep the legs a bit thinner. Okay, there we go. I'm trying out this new thing. Busty but skinny. Skinny busty. Well, not that skinny, but not as thick as I usually paint female characters. Okay, now I'm going into refine with the color that I have created, you know, kind of doing the whole thing with the shadow and stuff. So now it's time to color or blend stuff a bit better using the airbrush for this phase. So for the blending phase, it's I will try to usually blend it in a way that I think looks smooth. I guess this phase it's not something I can teach very easily because it's really based on the artist and what appeals to them. Also differs between, you know, the references you use as well. So I prefer a more soft approach. And I like to kind of exaggerate the proportions a bit here and there, especially, I guess, especially for more anime style. That is the best way to experiment, because with anime, you know, you can kind of exaggerate a bit more. Now I'm painting the highlight for the blue fabric. I'm just gonna select it and highlight the, oh, actually no, not with that color. I'm gonna aim for more of a purplish tone. After that, I'm going in, just going with a more bright blue. Same for here. Bright blue. Taking into account where the lighting is coming from. In this case, it's coming from this side, which will hit the blue fabric mostly on the left. I am keeping that in mind. Add a bit of highlight there. Usually when it comes to, you know, shading and highlight and stuff, I just try to remember the basic. If the light source is coming from that side, therefore highlights will usually tend to go there. Of course, there's exceptions, and sometimes shadow is very tricky. At that point, reference is probably a good way to go, because then you can kind of learn and keep bits of information in your brain to use in future pieces. And time to pick a slightly darker color. Very carefully contour the cleavage against the fabric. I need a bigger size. Bigger size is usually better in this case because it's easier to blend that way. Okay. I'm going in with the blur tool. So this is what it will look like if you have the setting to 2 and with scatter on. Right now I'm using it with the airbrush. You can also use it with the solid brown brush. Kind of just see what kind of effect it does. Sometimes playing around with it will help you discover new ways. So I got that down, but I'm not completely done with the cleavage because I've been kind of experimenting on painting cleavage recently as well. It's not always interesting to kind of do the same kind of shading and stuff, shading process, so I try to find new ways of doing it. So just, sorry about that, just there I darkened it with a cooler tone, a cooler, darker tone, and then add a bit of highlight in the center, which gives more volume pretty much to the chest. And of course, blending it in too. Not super convinced with this. Maybe it needs to be darker. Still, not super happy with the results, but we will see. This is just the first experiment. I typically do a few things and then I redo the chest a few times. Just testing stuff out here and there. Okay, so now... oh. Paint a bit of skin tone here. I'm gonna start by refining the chest part, which actually has very intricate design. I will have to do this on a separate layer, feels like. We'll see. We'll see, we'll see. Okay, for now I'm gonna turn down the lines. I'm going to auto contrast real quick. Auto contrast is just, I feel like it's Photoshop's way of telling you what's the perfect amount of contrast and color. So I auto contrast, see what it gives me. If it doesn't do anything, that means that the amount of contrast I have is what Photoshop think is the most optimal. At least that's what I think. Because I remember I learned this from actually working, and it was a senior character artist that taught me about this function. And I would have never known if I did not start working. So yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is, you learn a lot by working. Even though I feel like there's more earning potential doing freelance and stuff, there's certain things you cannot learn by yourself. Well, I guess it takes longer, but it's easier to improve if you have a mentor. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I feel like I leveled up a lot once I went to college in a art-focused program, but I leveled up the most when I started working. And I suppose, well, I think I've mentioned this before, but I'm not a very punctual person, so working at a company was not the best for me because I really always just wanted to do my own thing, and I was tardy a lot of the times. So freelance was what I picked, you know, after, because I just can't commit. I have a commitment issue when it comes to working full time. So freelancing is ideal for me. But there's, you know, different advantages to full-time versus full-time versus freelance. Anyways, back to the painting process. I was just blending the arm in. Now back to the shoulder. As always, just gonna select the shoulder bit. And kind of shading it using the airbrush. As you can see, there is not a lot of structure right now, but I will be using the lasso tool to bring back that structure. Gonna add a bit of, indicate a bit of shadow here. Delete. Okay, let's see. I think I will maybe make this part, like where the lighting is coming from, have more highlight on this area. Have a bit more highlight here too. And of course that will translate to here as well. So there. I have to make sure to have the design down. Oh, hold on. I am lining the base design. Okay, so this part is just me looking back and forth and making sure that I'm getting the details right. Okay, and then looks like this. I'm gonna fill it in on a separate layer in case I get it wrong. So this is the basic. Gotta clean this up, make it more even. Okay. And it's a bit more purple than that, so there. That's the right color. As well as here. Okay, I'm going to remove the bow so that I can have a clear view of what this part looks like. Make it a bit brighter. Line the design. I'm gonna have to remove the head too. Now I'm just fixing the design as I go. I'm going to indicate a bit of deformation in the color where the shoulder is kind of, oh hold on, is raised up a bit. Okay. Okay, I got a better reference for this. You know what I will do for this? I'm going to work on one side and then I'm going to copy paste it on the other side so that it makes it, you know, as symmetrical as possible. Okay. Along with the collar. Don't mind me, just looking back and forth. 1, 2. I guess I might put a bit of my own spin on this as well. Man, if I can get a good look at that detail under the bowl that's covering. Hopefully I'm getting it right. Okay. This part dark. Let's go ahead and do a bit of interpretation here. Do a bit of ruffles here. So with ruffles, I do that type of shape, and then I go in to paint, you know, the folds and stuff. Ruffles, usually it's pretty technical, because usually it's that type of shape, and then I line the corners, the silhouette of each ruffle, and then I proceed to shade from there. It doesn't seem to look too good. Down copy, bring it onto this side, lower opacity, just going to morph it into fitting with that side. At 100%, erase to blend. Okay, so it's looking like this right now. I'm going to go ahead and align the shoulder blade, or at least kind of imply where it is. Lock it down. Adding some highlight and shadow on the neck piece. Go ahead and use a more solid, less airbrushy setting. And perhaps I will clean this part up a bit. And going in with a highlight color. I'm going to shade highlight on this side because this side will be folded like this. Pretty rough work. Just trying to get things done, pretty much. Then, oh, hold on. Then, oh wait, I should do this first. This part, and then this part. A little emblem. Shadow. Okay, so now we have a bit more detail, And then of course we have the bowl. Actually, for the bowl, maybe I'll keep it a bit simpler. So that I can, so that I can show what's underneath it a bit better. Right now, it is hard to see what's underneath, pretty much. Just gonna do the base for it. It's a pretty rough composition, kind of. Kind of shitty actually. But I will just try to do my best as fast as I can to get the base going, so that I can refine later. Here's the diamond, and then I'm gonna get a shadow, shadow, shadow here, shadow here, shadow here. Adjustment, brightness, contrast, bring that down, locking the layer. Let's go ahead and darken the rest of this bowl. Then I'm gonna have a bit of highlight inside the shadow. Same for this area. There. And then I'm going to select a certain area to brighten. Last but not least, contrast. Back to this part. Oh, actually, this is where the bowl is, I guess. Oh, it's got like, actually, should I remove this part? Remove this part. Bow strap. So there is the darker strap. Hold on. And then you have the lighter strap. Highlight on this side and just a little bit on that side. And then it's got some more emblems. Just a rough shadow for these emblems. There it goes. The pink jewel in the center. Then some quick highlight for this. Actually, I might have to, hold on. Switch it up a bit. Kind of seeing like what type of placement would be the most dynamic. I'm not really digging the placement of this. I'm going to make this bowl kind of tilting a bit towards this way, deforming towards this way. And then the other bowl can just pretty much be normal on that side. And I'm going to tilt it slightly. Like that. Gonna put the what's it called, the fishnet detailing a little later. Add a bit of shadow. Back to the stomach area. Gonna go ahead, paint the belly buttons. Belly button. I said S. No, it's just one. Okay. And blending in the rest of the stomach area. Actually, I'm gonna keep it darker. And then towards the bottom here, I'm going to have a bit of light coming from the bottom, towards the bottom of the torso. Clean up the rest of the area. Undo the layer lock so that I can refine the leg now. Just gonna blend, blend, blend. Add a bit of purple in there to neutralize the roundness, that is. And then blend the rest of this area. Let's go ahead and kind of shade that up. Keeping it pretty tight over here with the shadow slash separation line between the leg and the crotch area. Okay, now auto contrast again, just to make sure that I'm on the right track. Going back to the other leg to refine the shading. Using the airbrush, I am cleaning up, smoothing out, cleaning up these shadow slash highlight that I've created. Now for this part. Going back. For this leg, I'm trying to see, maybe I should make most of it in shadow. After I do that, picking up a bit of the skin tone and painting that towards the center of the leg to create a nice highlight. Also, just using the lasso tool to help me correct the shape of that leg as well, because I wasn't really being very careful when I first started. So now I will go in to refine. That is usually my process. I just do pretty rough at the beginning and then go in later on to refine slowly. Okay, I did that. Oh, yes. This is the face. Maybe I will make the face a bit smaller. I'm not sure. Right now it's looking a little big, but we will see. Maybe it'll fit better with the anime style that I'm going for. Actually, let me lower the face a bit. Going back to the body layer, let's go ahead and kind of brighten that side. Maybe like that. And then I'm gonna blend that in. Alright guys, so I did some rendering. So what I did was I added a bit of purple hue into the shading of the chest as well as the arm, and also I changed up where the light source is coming from. So we're gonna have a bit of intense light source here, but mostly it will be shadow and then highlight on the side, or a little bit of highlight for atmosphere. Now I'm going to go ahead and work on the face a bit, because we kind of neglected the face for a while. Hopefully I will be able to get this right. I'm gonna have to get a hold on. Okay, I got a reference of her face so that I feel confident about the placement of where her eyes is and stuff like that. Okay, starting off on a separate layer. And let's go ahead. I might have to put the hair on a separate layer actually. It will be easier in the long run. If I do decide to animate, I will have the hair on a separate layer. Go ahead. Oh. Let's go ahead and add some highlight towards the bottom of the face. And then I'm going to add a bit of base color, just kind of to brighten the general face. Make it a bit more cool toned, and then have the face. So her eyes, for the most part, looks like that. Kind of looking like this. I'm gonna go ahead, select a cool tone for the whites of her eye, color it all around her eyeball. All of them, I just noticed all the characters that I painted this term has green eyes. Well, actually, yeah, there's Lisa, Mona, and Fischl. For a second there, I forgot her name. Fischl they all have green eyes. So just gonna go ahead, paint her eyes in. She's got another eye under eye patch. We'll see how I can tie that in later. But so far, she's gonna have one eye for now. Get a bit of shadow for the nose. So I'm gonna do the anime nose. Not too much details. But at the same time, it's a little challenging for me to paint anime face. Because you need to get it right or it's gonna look off. So I've been trying to see how I can get used to the placement of faces and to make sure it has a authentic anime look to them. Cause one thing and it's off. Or sorry, it's hard to get it right when you're not used to it. And then for the mouth, I don't know. Actually, I'm just trying to see if that'll work out. I'm gonna go for a dark tone. I'm not sure. Okay, let's go with this for now. Try to keep it fairly anime-like. And that's kind of the shape of her eye. I might make it smaller actually. Okay, let's go with that. And I'm gonna try to shade the hair in a separate layer. For the hair, it needs to be clumped, it needs to be shaded that way as well. It's kind of hard to explain, but basically it needs to be shaded with not a lot of details, but at the same time in a way that you can still tell it's hair. So I'm gonna try to not paint as many hair strands. As you can see, I'm trying to paint them in like clump style, kind of like anime, where usually, you know, the typical anime style, the hair is not super detailed in terms of the individual hair strands, maybe sometimes, but in general they tend to clump together. They look nice though, like this. So I'm just trying to keep it clumped using the lasso tool to help me make sure that it is, you know, nice and clean, separated, and shaded smoothly. Okay. Go ahead and part her hair this way. Using the airbrush, just establishing where that part is on her hair, onto the other side of her hair. This is that part. Okay. I see that Lisa's got like a patch of rogue hair that does not want to conform to all the other hair directions. So one of the patches want to stick to this side. And I'm going to contour the other hair patch. And then contour the underneath, the silhouette of that hair strand. Contour the other side. I mean, contour the underneath of that silhouette. Okay, so there we have that. Okay, I am going to, hold on a sec, cut the face and then have the hair on a separate layer so I can like do this and manipulate it to hopefully fit the character a little better. Looking back and forth, you know, trying to make sure that I am on the right track. Especially for anime hair, it's I need to get it right. Need to make sure the hair is recognizable. Can't kind of stray too far from the hairstyle, because the hairstyle is one thing that identifies the character, even if I kind of change the outfit and the body shape, you know. So I'm doing the same thing, lasso, and then add the shadow. Might change this part, make it a little more kind of swaying this way a bit more. Like that. Okay. Let's see, maybe I need one more badge here. And then let's go ahead, add a bit of shadow here. And I'm going to kind of bring some of the hair over on the side, so have the hair direction sway a bit like this to contour her face. See how that goes. And probably at the same time also changing the composition of her face, I mean her hair, kind of looking at the official reference to make sure that the hair is properly swaying, and also the different placement of the clump of hair is important, especially for more of anime style, because I need to get that right, or the character hair won't look like the character hair. So this phase is pretty important. I have to look back and forth at the official reference and trying to get that right. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Oh wait, yes, do this. So this is the, I'm gonna have to erase that hairline a bit. This is the front part of the bang. This part. Okay, and then we have the two sides here. Both have pressure points or pull points of where both sides is being pulled into a ponytail, so I am just marking that with a smaller brush, still airbrush mode, into ponytail, into where it's being pulled into ponytail. It's still kind of rough, but I just want to make sure that it's obvious where that's going and stuff. So this is the hair. Now I have to... Okay, now I have to establish where the lighting is a bit more obvious now. Make sure that it's solid where it's coming from now. So I'm going to try to see how this works, but let's try to see how it would look with the lighting coming from this way. Maybe a bit on top too, actually. We'll see. I'm just gonna experiment a whole bunch, because you gotta try stuff out, right? If not, then you won't know how it will look like. Sometimes I have the image in my head, but it might not always look too good. So just gonna put that over here. Might be a bit too much, so I will maybe only have it on the side. The face, gonna I'm gonna have to make sure there's shadow underneath the hair, because it was blending in with the hair too much, so now it's a little obvious. I'm gonna use a much darker red tone See how that looks. Merge down. Okay, so that's one option. Next option is I will be testing it out. Testing a bunch out, that is. Okay, next option is the highlight is coming from the top, which maybe is a little better. Okay, I'm going to also on a bottom layer, going to multiply, use a cool tone. Okay, I'm just seeing how it would look if it was kind of cooler. Maybe like here. I'm going to erase a bit of this. This is this way, this is that way. Let's have both. I'm not so sure. Let me flip this a bit. Let's see how that looks. Yeah. Maybe I can have this another color. So let's go with the blue color. Actually a purple color. Lower it down. Maybe have it like that. Move that. Okay, let's go with this. It's not looking like how I want it. I'm going to manually see how it would look if I kind of added some highlight here and there. Modify the face a bit. Let's see here. Maybe move this up. Just testing out if I rotate the face and stuff, if I made it smaller. Actually maybe, but if I had it on this side, I don't know. Let's see what the options are, you know? Maybe like rotate it, I don't know. Maybe this would be a bit even, I don't know. Just testing it out, you know? You know? I don't know, actually. Not sure. Maybe if I darken the hair, maybe? Nope. Okay, maybe lower it. Yeah, who knows? Not too sure about this. What if... Oh, hold on. What if the pigtails were like longer and also kind of against her shoulder and stuff instead of floating around? How would that look? Just gonna test that out real quick with the quick airbrush, roughly airbrush shaded up. See how that looks. And then we have this pigtail kind of maybe doing the same thing on the shoulder. This one could be like that, And then the back of the hair could, let's see here. Just testing out how it would look kind of in different areas of the character or different compositions. Okay, maybe a little flatter. All in all, I think I need to work on the face. That's for sure. Okay, for the body. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. For the body, I will have to do this separately. Okay, let's remove that. Let's have the light source coming this way. Going to the background. Gonna just remove this part. Maybe lower it so that we can have a more clear view of the hair. So it makes the hair pop a bit more. Hair up like that. I don't know, maybe I'll go back to the composition I had. Just changing her placement a bit. Not sure. Rotate that. See how that looks. It's not recognizable. It's not as recognizable as I hoped it would. Maybe it has to do with the hair. This might take a while. Oh, hold on. Oops. Flip it back. Okay, let me just go back to before. Okay, yeah, it was better before. I think maybe I just have to clean up the head a bit. Okay, let's keep what we had before. Move the head up. Tilt it slightly. I think maybe what I needed to do was refine the hair in the back. Bring it down. Actually, maybe bring it down like here, so that So that actually, maybe I should have it like this. My thought was I would bring down the hair so that the chest would be a bit more prominent. Okay, let's go ahead and add some more hair silhouette on this side, like that. Okay, now for the ponytails, the pigtails. I'm gonna cut one of them and then put one of them, hold on, above, overlapping the head layer. I wonder how it would look if her ponytail was longer. Just trying to find ways to make things more dynamic. You know? Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. We gotta try it out. So let's say it looks like this. I'm gonna quickly add a bit of shadow to make it more obvious where the hair is gonna go. And further play around with it. I'll just call it tail, I'm too lazy. And the other side, perhaps I can do something like this where it's kind of going the other way. Hold on. So right now I'm just kind of experimenting with the flow of the hair so that it will be a bit more interesting to look at. So maybe the other ponytail can flow the other way. So now you have one ponytail floating this way and the other one floating the other way, or swinging the other way, which creates a better flow, I think. And also makes the composition a bit more interesting as well. Now, let's see. I'm tempted to make her a bit more thick. I'm really tempted. I'm gonna first just make her body a little bigger. Maybe like rotate it a bit, I don't know. Let's see how it would look like. I'm just trying to see how it would look in different positions. Kind of, not. Okay. Maybe like. Maybe have to select like this. Okay, I'm going to flip the canvas real quick, see how that. Oh, okay, I'm kind of digging that. This angle for the body. Bring it down a bit. Oh, hold on. Bring down everything. Bring it down. Reduce. I was going to make the shoulders a little less wide. Hold hold on, hold on. Let's see how it would look if this leg was slightly overlapping that leg. So we can kind of see how that look. Because I'm kind of getting that vibe where her leg is kind of crossing over. Just wanted to see how that will look. So I will go ahead and do a rough, what's it called? Mock-up of how that will look. I feel like definitely looks more interesting. However, her top half needs to be, how do you say, a little bit less wide. Hold on. Going into liquefy to kind of play around with that part. Yeah, I think that looks better. Bring the arm over. And for the chest part, I'm going to cut and bring it down a bit. Actually, let me see how it would look if it was like this. Just kind of testing out how it would look with different angles. Okay, let's just keep it at that. Bring that down a bit. I'm gonna call it torso. And then for the bottom part, okay, let's keep it like that for now. Rotate. Actually, not too sure what to do with this arm. Maybe like this, I don't know. Well, at least I had it on a separate layer so I can play around with the position. Rotate. Nope, nope, nope. I'm honestly not too sure. I will be right back once I finalize my mind, guys. Alright guys, I'm back. So I ended up going for this variation. So I kind of went back a bit and just kind of tilted the head a little bit towards the center, like the original concept. And I think this suits her a bit more, as well as I just kind of changed the lighting of the hair just slightly, added more light on this side. So yeah, oh yeah, and I also changed the placement of the crow stock images in the back. I added this one. I moved this one up a bit so that we can have a nice look at the silhouette. Her silhouette, I mean. Her hip silhouette. So yeah, that is what I did. So now let's resume and get back to this. I feel like this piece is gonna take a while, so Gonna try to get as much done as I can. Gonna start off with kind of rendering out her silhouette here. And also cleaning areas up. I'm gonna see how it would look if I brought the arm in a bit. I'm getting distracted. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by my dog. He's humping his blanket. You know how dark dogs are. Okay. That was really random. Anyways. I am... Okay, I think that's looking okay. For now. We'll see. Maybe I will change the shape later on, but for now it's good. I'm changing now the arm shape. Okay, 1 second. Move her over just a bit so that I can... Gonna take her torso area, mostly her chest area, and copy paste and moving it over a bit. So that let's see, there we go, so that it doesn't feel like it's too out. How do you say it's too out on the side there? Oops. Okay. So that this side won't feel as it doesn't look as stretched out, I guess. I'm not sure what I'm trying to say, but that's how I feel. Okay, now for the chest, just going to render it slightly. Let's bring this down a bit. Bring this side down a bit. And then to edit the lapels, bring that down. Okay. I'm going to kind of pull it that side. Actually, no. Yes. Do that. Okay, let's go with that. Probably make this chest a little bigger. Trying to get good at painting anime chests. Cause I mean, I've been painting chests for a long time, for years in fact. So I'm just trying to figure out new ways of, or just kind of develop my style a bit so that it's not the same. Just trying to explore my more anime route. Okay, I'm gonna add a bit of purple underneath that. I'm gonna try to shade this up a bit. Get the shadow here. Shadow and then rim light. Okay. As for this part, let me go ahead and clean this up. So let's go ahead and make this a bit more purple underneath. Clean that up. I'm gonna go ahead and do a little poof on the side here with her skin or sides being squeezed in by the dress and all. Add a bit of rim light. I just want to see how it looks. Sometimes rim light looks better, sometimes it doesn't. But I usually just go ahead and do it fairly fast just to see if it looks good or not. This side is another piece of fabric, but I feel like, you know, I might end up making it more of a lace detail later on. For now, this is what we're gonna get. I'm gonna try to finish rendering the side a bit more. See how I'm struggling to make sure she's not too thick. Trying to go for that busty anime, what's it called? Busty anime anatomy, that's right. Trying to fight the urge to make the female characters thick. I have the same problem with male characters. It's kind of hard for me to not paint muscle on male characters. Same deal, same deal. You know, they have to have like large pecs and stuff, just like how my female character has like bust, has that bust. Equality, you know, equality for all my pinups. Everybody gets like a big chest. All the guys and all the female characters. Nobody gets left behind. Now I'm just shading the leg up with airbrush. Before, after. I'm just gonna merge it down real quick. Lock that in. I will try to quickly render out the stockings. Let's go ahead and quickly do that with lasso tool and also the airbrush. And then finishing up with the smudge tool. Same for this side. Adding some shadow. Okay, now that that's done, I know this part I will need to spend some time on. Kind of having the urge to just copy paste from at least a piece, honestly, because they have the same motifs. Or have the urge to like look for one and just plop it. That's very, very stuff like that is a bit time consuming. A lot of times I'll just look for texture or a stock photo to save on time. Gotta learn how to work efficiently and fast, and that's one way of doing it. Okay, so for this part I'm just gonna render this side and then copy it onto that side, kind of. Let's go ahead and render that out a bit. Okay. use that same purple tone down here. Then just adding some highlights. And I'm gonna try to do a little, like a little wave of the fabric. Let's add some highlight there. So this part is gonna catch a little bit of the highlight, and the highlight color will be this, I think. We'll see, maybe I will change it later on, so that I can get a nice little fabric wave. So this part is gonna be catching the highlight. Hopefully it's obvious. I mean, hopefully it's conveyed properly. I'm not sure if it looks right, if you know what I mean. Let me refer to the smaller preview here. Okay, I think maybe it needs to be like... Let's move it down a little, make it a little longer. After that, just plop it down. Okay, there we go, a little bit neater. And as for this side, I'm gonna try to kind of make it look like it's going the other way. It's floating the other way, this way. I might need to put this on a separate layer actually. Lapel, probably spelling that wrong, but my grammar has never been my biggest. I don't even know how to say it. It's not my... I'm not too good at it. I pretty much just kind of learn what I have to graduate college and do my own thing. But that is because I already knew what I wanted to do. I would not recommend that if you don't really know. Learning's important. Gotta learn a skill. Okay, let me do like this. Make it float this way. Just trying to figure out what is the most natural way that the fabric can fall in this type of way. Okay, so supposed to be like that. So the gold part is gonna go like here, and then that would lead to this thing. Oh, hold on. There. Okay, and this part, of course, this side will surely be in highlight because the lighting for the most part is coming from that side, so we gotta get it on that side. And time for this lapel. Take a bit of this color. quickly highlight it. Same for this side actually. So this side I'm going to use the blue tone as the rim light, since it's so prominent on that side, and then I will gradually add a bit of purple tone in the very center to create some sort of highlight slash volume. So in a way, I suppose, technically, when you shade something and you want to add volume to it, you have shadow, highlight, shadow, rim light, or something like that. It doesn't always apply to every element or texture, but you know, you can always test it out to see if it'll look good. In a sense, that's kind of what I do usually to learn, you can say, or by experimenting, I experiment different ways of shading certain objects or stuff or skin tone, that type of stuff. By doing that, I can kind of see, okay, maybe this works best that way. I'm gonna take the rim light here and gradually kind of add the rim light over to this tiny part of the lapel. Gonna add some volume. Gonna take that lapel and make it kind of float, make it curved a bit. Maybe this one can be like a bit curved this way. I don't know. Just trying to figure out what looks best, what kind of direction when it bends it would look best. Clean that up. Clean up a bit. And we have, after that, we're going to have, actually I'm going to kind of extend this up a bit and make it look like a different part of the fabric. Then this one, so let's make this part transparent with a fishnet design, which I will do later on. Okay. Drape time. So we have the front side of the drape, which is a darker color, darker purple. I'm gonna paint each drape fold, and I will align it so it's easier to identify like how they're folded and stuff. So, oh, hold on. For the lapel here, actually, I think it's best if there's some sort of additional volume to this. Oh, hold on. Or like this lapel is kind of going this way. Actually, nope. I was hoping it would work out. Kind of trying to test the flow of the fabric there. or something. Gonna have it turn that way. I will also try to increase the volume here a bit. See how that does. Now that I've done that, going back to the drape, let's add one fold here and making it bright on purpose to kind of act as the highlight. There we go. Going back here, keep adding shadow, so I'm gonna add shadow on both sides of this ruffle or fold here. I also think I have to readjust this part so that it will flow with this composition right here. I'm just dragging it down a bit. Oh yes, and also for underneath this part, I'm going to add a bit of blue. And I will be sort of, what to call that, adding some highlight kind of throughout the backside of her cape slash dress to kind of create a effect where it looks like lighting is coming. Actually, I guess translucent would be the word for it, like a translucent effect, which is usually kind of having highlight towards the center mass of whatever you're painting, which is in the center here, which I'm hoping would contour her skin or her silhouette here better. Go ahead and do the same for here. I'm going to add a bit of purple tone throughout, add a bit of lighter color. Maybe something like this. There. That's a bit more better, I suppose. Okay. Then I'm trying to see if it would look better if the silhouette here is different. Okay, I'm just trying to see like how it would look with different positioning for the dress or the flow for it, because ultimately I need to make sure that the flow is good. Let me just bring this back. Okay, so right now, hold on. Let's rotate this a bit. It needs more element on the side because I feel that it is slightly imbalanced. Let me see if I can move this curl maybe over on this side or something to make it to fill this space right here. Okay, I'm looking back and forth here. No. this was brighter. Okay, so far I think that the side needs a bit more thing going on. Maybe I can make the hair go up a bit more. For this side, that is. But then it needs to be lower. Gotta make sure that it feels balanced. Might need to play around with the background for that to happen. Yeah. It looks more recognizable if her hair was lower. Yeah, okay, I can't play with that. Let's see if I can move this up a bit, maybe. And then move this thing here. Maybe move it over here on this side a bit more, so that it fills up that side a bit more. It's all about balance. Gotta figure it out. And on this side, go ahead and make this brighter. Not too bright, but enough. And also, let's see, I'm going to constrain the layer down by pressing Alt and click. Let's go multiply, shadow, going to drape, do the same. I just want to see how it would look if it was darker. Ooh, that's pretty. That's not bad. Not bad, not bad. Let's go ahead and add some sort of shadow here. Not sure. Maybe like wings or something. Make another layer, constrain it down again. And for these areas, go ahead and add highlight to it. Same for here. Okay, let's just do that for now. Let's merge down. Okay. Just going to further add silhouette on this side. Oh yeah, also this part should be darker. Just make that darker. So is this side, I believe. Just going to add it. Actually, I could probably use this in my favor by kind of but around the side, overlapping it or something for more interest in the composition. Something like that. But not this shape. It will need to be a different shape. Maybe like that. Bring it up a bit maybe. I kind of want to make this like into a wings or something. Make it interesting, you know? Actually, maybe I could block that and have like highlights on it with rim lights, of course. Something like that. Okay. That means kind of want to move this crow, flip it, and then maybe make it this side. Actually, make it smaller maybe. I'm questioning the position of this crow. That's where I'm at. Maybe I can have it like a little bit in the background or something. And have it layered and stuff. If I do that, then I might have to reconsider the position of this pigtail or something because it's in the way. Maybe I will do like this. Kind of have some crow here and there in the background and whatnot. Hey guys, so I'm back. This is the next day. I did spend last night kind of just roughing out and kind of refining a bit more before I start the voiceover again. So this is kind of roughly what I had before, and this is what I have now. So I will be taking you guys through what I did, especially for the background. So I actually played this process took hours. For some reason I just couldn't get it right. I had a specific concept in mind and I just couldn't get it. So it took me hours to kind of play around with the pose, slight changes here and there, some small refining here and there, not too much. But yes, so this is what I have for the background. Let's see, I think I did a few things to the background. So this is the base image. Then I used another base image. Then I overlaid it with screen. This is a third image that I purchased the license from Adobe Stock because I wanted the high-res version of this. Plus the original overlay. This layer was there from the start. I did try to do something different, like overlay with like a white layer gradient on the front, and I cut out like feather, like graphic like designs. I thought maybe I could try that. So it ended up looking like this, which I mean, it is kind of interesting, I suppose, but I'm not sure if I'm going with that. and then the usual two purple effects, and then I have the crow. Still need to purchase the high-res version of it. It's still got the Adobe stock thing on it. And what's this? Okay, this is, I don't think I used this. This is yet another image which I put in Lighten just to test out if it would look good, but I end up not using it. Another bird, another bird, another bird. So yeah, a few birds here and there to fill the space and to kind of help the flow of the piece, and I also kind of just roughly painted two little feathers here and there. Nothing too serious. I might even remove that later on if it does not fit. And moving on to the character, I have more layers now, so everything is in their individual layer just to make things easy, because I never know, I will probably move around stuff as always. But I worked on the hands a little, still kind of rough, so we're gonna refine that. Let's see what else. Also change the chest part, I think, as well as worked on the face a bit, because I was trying to get that anime-ish style. I wanted to achieve that look, and it was challenging for sure. I didn't really know where I was going with it, but I think I'm fairly happy with this, but I just have to go in and refine it. And then I also decided, hold on, let me see where it is, hair overlay. I cut the hair from the back layer, and then I cut it and pasted into a new layer overlapping the hand. So I wanted to have some sort of the hair to be kind of overlapping. And also I believe I also did this to this hair as well. So before it was kind of like that, but I don't know, I just thought maybe it would be interesting to have the ponytail kind of overlapping some elements. So yeah, that's what I did. I also started sort of experimenting with the fishnet effect. So this is done manually, and I will be showing you guys how I did it throughout the other areas for design, but I was just testing it out on this part. So yeah, that's what I've done, and let's get started. Let's do some refining. It's just gonna be refining from now on, hopefully. Hopefully I will be satisfied with this variation. But you know, sometimes as you work on a piece, then you'll be like, okay, I've refined everything. There's no more magic in interpretation, because before, when it was rougher, you can interpret in many ways. Now it's more solidified. So sometimes you might not end up liking how you kind of rendered it out as. So therefore leads to instance where you kind of just change your mind a lot. Like a lot of times I do that quite a bit. It's kind of in a way I feel like it definitely wastes time a little. But at the same time, if you look at the positive, that means you get to paint more in a way. You get to fuss over it a bit, maybe spend a few extra hours kind of going back and forth and just getting used to how to paint, pretty much. It's just like more training on one single thing, even though you're trying to get over it. Get over it. Yeah, I'm a little frustrated at this piece. I've been at it for hours last night. I don't think it was a late night for sure. And I was kind of, you ever just feel like you can't achieve what's in your head? That's how it feels like for this piece. Hopefully we'll be able to find, hopefully I'll be able to feel that it's going the right way very soon. So I'm gonna take you guys to how I will be, actually I'm gonna do another step. I'm gonna take you guys along with me as I refine the hair. So we're gonna be doing the same thing as before, creating another layer so that I can not be too worried about, you know, having everything on one layer. I'm using a secondary layer so that I paint on it, and if there's any mistakes, I can easily erase it without disturbing the original layer. So now it's all about rendering the hair. So in this case, I need to get her hairstyle right. There's a certain vibe to it that I guess it didn't start off too well, like how I painted her hair, and I had to edit it quite a bit. Just trying to get that nice anime style hair with the right amount of clumping. And of course needs to be smooth, yet sharp, right? So to do that, I'm just using the lasso tool combined with airbrush, which is one of my go-tos. It's hard to master, I would say. When you start off, it might be a little challenging, as with most tools you learn in Photoshop. I did not start out kind of being used to this techniques. This was introduced to me by a artist actually I worked with. Her style was more cartoony, and she was very helpful. She showed me like, oh, you could use the lasso tool. Because before that, I believe I was still working for another game company. I learned other stuff there, but once I went work for a smaller company, she was there and she taught me about the lasso tool, and I just incorporated it into my workflow, and voila. So another positive point in sort of at least having a bit of experience working for other, like an in-house company. Even if you go freelance all the way, I guess it's still advantage to have some experience outside working in the field, so to say, because you come into contact with other artists that might know stuff that you don't, which can help you. Although I suppose you can also learn with, you know, tutorials like I'm showing you guys. I still think, you know, there's a lot of techniques that we might not know, and it is helpful to be working in an environment with other creatives such as yourself. That's for sure. I find artists are more driven. Well, I guess I felt that way. Perhaps some artists don't feel the same, but I definitely feel working with other artists in a full-time environment helps with improvement, because it's like, oh, I can show you how to do that and stuff like that, you know. I guess that's one good side of doing it. I'm just refining the hair. Okay, I'm gonna remove the ponytail so that I can get a better view of this side. Needs more work. I'm gonna merge down now. Let me go ahead and do a bit of shadow copy. Darken it. And I would like to make the color a bit more purple-ish. Like that. And after I do that, lock it down going in with a warmer tone. See how that looks. Oh, whoops. Lower it a bit. This is just to add a bit of shadow. The side here. Oh, hold on. I'm just going to blur that in. Also, I probably should pay attention to how it looks on the small screen, because you might not be able to notice with that small size. I'm gonna use darken to darken this area. Remove some of that. Excuse me. Create another layer, constrain it down. Just going to bring that purple tone all the way here. Make it into a circular shine pattern on her head. Let's see if it fits. Before, after. Okay. After I do that, going in with a highlight color using the lasso tool to help me block. I'm just gonna add some highlight back. Hopefully this will help make it look a little better. I'm just gonna merge it down. Select this whole thing and move it over a bit so that feels a bit more even. Hold on. Before, after. Or actually just the back. Yes, just the back. To a bit of it. Back to the rest of the hair. Same with the other side. I kind of erased what I did last time, which was to just kind of line it in a way to have all the lines going towards the ponytail, having the hair kind of pulled into that ponytail. Use a bit of the background color. Sometimes I just kind of pick up background colors to use. If it's lighter, I use it as a highlight. If it's dark, I use it as a shadow. If it applies, of course. It's just a little easier that way than having to repick the color. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but I try it out anyways, just to see if it works or not. There. Okay. I'm gonna use the bristle brush. And we're just going to add that texture. use the lasso tool to help me keep things clean. Rotate this a bit. Maybe that's wrong. Let's move this back a little. Paint this, merge it in a bit, see how that looks. Merge down, take this, change the curvature, make it a bit more straight. Same with this. So now I'm just changing the shape of some of these hair strands. And I'm going to duplicate this, brighten it, and then I'm going to erase the top portion of what I just, the new layer that I just created, leaving shine towards the bottom. And then I'm going to erase a bit of the hair. Just kind of doing that transparent hair thing that anime has. That just means that I have to work on the face underneath it a bit more. Going back to the round brush. Oh, hold on. There we go. There. Trying to get her face right. It's like, let's play around with this. And what I'm gonna do, take that eye, flip it, put it on the other side. Since it is sort of looking, she's kind of looking straight on anyways, and that eye is mostly covered by the hair, but I just would like there to be something there, just to have sort of placeholder, you could call it. Oh, hold on. Okay, going back to the hair. Create another layer. Let me see how it would look if I add a small bit of highlight. Just a bit of shine. Just going to elaborate on some of these hair tips. Okay, her hair doesn't curve like that. I will have to redo. Let's add a strand like this. Take the highlight and apply it. And then I'll take one hair and have it go this way. Take the highlight on the side and the highlight on the front. And then I'm going to erase, delete this side. Gonna sort of erase bits of it. And also clean this up. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna take this part and make it bright. Lock it in, add a bit of yellow in there. I'm just trying to do a translucent look, so nearing the light, it usually near intense lighting, translucency is done by kind of highlighting both sides like this. Just kind of highlighting the outer rim of those hair strands just helps to create a bit of that effect. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, I guess sometimes it looks good, sometimes it doesn't, is a better way to put it. Because sometimes I'll like it, sometimes I won't like it and I will remove it. In this case, I think it's fine. It's not the best. It's not my favorite. But I will refine it just to see. Go ahead, cut this whole part, bring up the hair. There, bring it up. Felt as if it might have been a bit too short. I mean, too long on this side. So I'm not sure. Okay. I'm going to use a bit of multiply under some of these hair strands just to give more separation to these individual clumps of hair. Other clump I can separate. Separate up here. Maybe a bit here. Okay, so I think this is a good state. I still need to kind of refine a few areas on the hair, but yeah, it's gonna take a while. And I believe that bright color hair is definitely one that requires a lot more details because it is light enough that you have to, if you choose to render it out, you have to spend extra time on the detail. I always say that dark color hair is easier because you can hide a lot more detail. But anime hair in general, I find this harder because we have to do this separate by clump and stuff like that. While more realistic hair, there are brushes that you can use to kind of help you cheat that a bit. But anime hair, you definitely have to put out the detail and separate the clumps. Just imagine painting a hairstyle that's all gelled up into individual hair clumps. That's what anime hair is like. Well, painting it anyways, and also probably styling it too requires a lot of work. So I suppose it's pretty similar. Well, in that it is the like how do I say this? Well, you guys know what I mean. It's like wig making an anime style wig with a lot of gel versus painting the anime hair that requires a lot of painting the hair in clumps, pretty much. Just trying to get it nice and clumped in the right way. A bit of highlight on this side. Let me add a bit of shadow here. Okay. I think this is pretty clean now. A lot cleaner than before. I'm just gonna flip it over, cause you never know. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna try something. Take this whole clump, bring it over to this side, and of course once I put it on that side, I have to make it a little darker. And I'm just going to adjust it. Erase a bit of it. Hold on. Maybe I can... I'm just trying to see if I can use this as like a texture or something on the other side. Oh, hold on. But then I have to paint it with this purplish highlight a bit. Yeah. I mean, it's not bad. It does add somewhat of a texture. Still, that side needs to be refined. Even this side, maybe. I'm gonna take a bit of that yellow. Just gonna select a portion of the hair. Make it a bit more intense. I don't even know, man. I don't think it did too much. Let me see. There. This side of the hair needs to be adjusted. A second. am just copying what I have already done for the hair. And let's see. Might be a bit too much. Let me bring back the pigtail real quick. Definitely. Alright guys, we're back. So as you can see, I worked on the hair a little. I just thought maybe if I made the hair over here flow a little bit, maybe it'll look better. Not sure. Anyways, let's continue. So I'm thinking, perhaps I can use the old texture here somehow. So I'm just gonna copy paste it and kind of use it underneath these two particular clumps. See how that looks. Because you never know, maybe it'll look good. Or maybe it won't. You know what? I'm not so sure. I'm very indecisive. Okay, let's take this. And then... oh, hold on. And I'm just going to see if I can use it somehow. Maybe I can use some of the colors. Yeah, like just have some of that color still there. Let's kind of warp it a bit more. I'm just trying to see how that looks. I'm gonna go ahead and add a bit of shadow underneath that one. I'm looking back and forth at the small preview. Just looking back and forth, trying to see how that looks. Actually not so sure. Let's merge down here. I still like this shading here, so let's see if I can use it somehow. Let's go put it on multiply, which is to make it darker, or not multiply, sorry, darken. Okay, I think the issue here is this part. So I'm going to lock down the layer and darken this part. Okay, it's not too bad. I think maybe this part was just too bright for my liking. Kind of want it to be a little darker so that I can go ahead and add a bit of lighting to it. Before, after. Oftentimes I find this helps just to see, okay, this is the changes I've made. Is it better than before or not? You know, some of you might think, oh, before was better. I will never know because I can't ask you guys. I wish I could, but I find that asking people what they think also might not be the best thing to do. I will explain why. In a working environment, asking feedback from your coworkers as in artist coworkers, people working on the same like production as you is good, but asking just general people, including family, friends, might not be as advantageous because everybody will have different opinion. Therefore, they will give you mixed opinion. Oftentimes, that's what happens. And that might also kind of give you either a false sense of security or give you a false sense of fear that it's not good. So I think, man, it's tough, but I've been going at it alone for a long time. Like when I work on something, I don't ask for opinions, you know, and if I do something wrong, people let me know. Then I learn from it. But basically, I find asking for opinion from like non-work related colleagues is it's dangerous because everybody has different opinions. And oftentimes it's hard for an artist to distinguish, you know, what is the right opinion for you. And honestly, personally, I just think that the best opinion on your art is your own. Of course, other than thinking your art is the best and stuff and you don't need improvement, no, that is not the right way to think either. The best way to think is I need improvement, but I know that my art looks good this way rather than that way. I mean, that's usually how I judge my own art and kind of think, okay, this is the direction I'm gonna take based on my aesthetic, what I find looks good. I'm gonna go this way instead of asking a lot of people for their opinion, because then it's like, well, then you might get too many opinions and that can hinder your process as well. But I don't know. That's how I think. But anyways, this is the hair we have. I've been at this for like almost an hour, I think. This is the type of time that it takes to render anime hair. Oh my god. For me, I think it's taking quite a long time. For other people, perhaps this is fast. But I will say this, the more you paint, the faster you will get. So once you get to this point, you might also feel that it might have taken a bit longer than usual. But yeah, just gonna further clean some of this stuff up. But since, you know, I've kind of roughly rendered out basically the rest of her to a okay degree, I feel like I can kind of tunnel vision a bit here on the hair. Although I still don't think it's all too great. I wish I didn't have to tunnel vision on this hair, but you know how sometimes you just get so into one part of the character, just want to like tunnel vision on that part until you think that it is perfect. Well, not perfect, but like doable. I wouldn't say perfect because nothing is perfect in this world. And that's the beauty of it. Okay. Let me just feel like this part might be too poofy, so I'm trying to make it a bit closer. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna take this part right here, paste it, and I'm gonna do a secondary clump of hair down here by using what I've already painted. So in a way I'm reusing part of what I painted. Hopefully it will have the desired effect that I want. And I'm just gonna paint over a little because we don't want it to look like it's been copy pasted. Although sometimes I think I don't do a very good job of hiding that. But I'll try. You know what? Just in case, I'm just gonna name this paint. Just in case it doesn't work out, you know? Okay, so the hair is sort of done, more or less. Time for the ponytail. I mean the pigtails. So I've already have a base here that I have painted. Now it's just time to refine it really. And I'm just gonna start off. Adding some shadow. Sometimes I start off adding highlights. But I'm gonna add some shadow and then highlight. And also I'm going to refine the silhouette while I'm at it using the airbrush for this. I'm going to do hair strand going like this. Just have some individual strands. But mostly I'm keeping it clumped. And some shadow there. Okay. Just have to make sure that it looks nice and soft. Going up here on the pigtail, the high points of the pigtail, I'm gonna see if it will look okay if I added a bit of highlight. Might not look too good, but I think it's okay. It might end up not looking too good. I think it'll be okay for now, and then I will add some hair strand. Go ahead here, select a darker color, and I should go ahead and start adding some shadow in here. I'm gonna use some of the colors here. It's missing some saturation. Add some more highlights, but of course in a very controlled way. Actually make this part darker. A bit darker. And at the same time, just clean up the shape here. Also adding some of these lines, and I'm going to go into kind of smooth those lines out afterwards. Those lines are mostly just to guide me on the hair clump. Select that part just so that I can put in a bit of shadow. Okay, so I'm going to remove this real quick because this part is distracting. Oh, hold on. Okay, there we go. This part is a little distracting. And so is this part. I'm just going to darken it up. Same for here. So that the pigtail is the focus here. I'm gonna change the position for this. I'm just trying to strategically position this in a way that looks better and kind of goes better with the flow, as well as... Actually, you know what? What I'll do is duplicate this layer, brighten it, and erase parts that I don't want the highlight, like that. Go back here. Rest of that. And I'm going to warp it a bit to give it more flow to the overall shape of this. Make it a bit more curved. And I'm making sure this part is especially bright so that it pops. It will stand out more against her face and the rest of her hair. Okay, going back here. The appropriate highlight down here. Add some bright color like that. Okay, I think that's getting there. Bow tie time. I'm gonna flip the canvas now. Alright guys, so once I flip the canvas, I think maybe move it over a bit, and also perhaps rotate the face back. Rotate it, bring it over. Okay, and also I'm gonna go to distort. Tilt it back a bit. I don't know, maybe I'll feel differently. Let me just rotate it once more, because you know sometimes once you flip things, you'll feel differently about the changes you've made. Okay, let's see how that looks. It's alright. I don't think I see anything I don't really agree with, other than perhaps move this over. I don't know. Okay, let's go with that. Flip it over again. Okay. Well, it's not that bad. I think it could be better. I'm not sure what it is, but I think I'm not a big fan of the hair right now. But I shouldn't fuss over it too much. Let me just go ahead and render out the bow. Do a thingy here. Lock it down. Highlight. This is the light source. The rest of the area is shadow. And of course I'm giving the bow a satin finish. And of course I'm gonna end up, maybe I'll leave the other side like this. Render the other side of the bow. There. It's pretty simple render, I would say. I'm gonna bring it down right here. I kind of want to make it a little interesting. I guess, hold on. Let's see what I can do. I can do this. If I do this, cut it a bit, like that, and then cut it this way, and flip the ribbon a little like that. So now you can kind of see where I'm going with this. Select that side, add a bit of highlight, and then resume to add the standard highlight in between the shadow parts of the ribbon. Then again, add the shine in the center. Oh, now it's a little bit more extra. That's me, I just wanna keep adding details. Sometimes it's time consuming and it's like, I would even say a waste of time sometimes to do stuff like this, but it is the detail. It's like a small detail that some people might not care too much about. But sometimes I'm like, I just have to add that extra little detail, because I don't know why. I just feel like doing it. After that, I'm just going to add a bit of shadow. Lower opacity. Merge it down. Okay. Now for this side, so I'm gonna just remove the ribbon for a sec. Time to work on the other ponytail. Actually isn't as bad as the rest of her hair because it's mostly in shadow. I'm just gonna try to do what I can. Trying to see if I should add a bit of like blue in the ponytail. This blue. Let's go ahead and add a bit of blue. At the same time, still add the shadow as well. Highlight there. Let's go ahead and rotate this. Rotate the canvas, which you can do by pressing R on your keyboard. And rotate. And continue to add shadow. Add some highlight. Oh. Yes, add some highlight inside the shadow and then bring back the shadow after. Gonna make the hair curve a little. Highlight, and finally this larger clump. Okay, so this is what I have. Clean the shape up a bit. Add some highlights here. Black. Or it could be this color. Let's test it out. I think it might be too much area. Needs to be also going to select the under part, but make it bright. I'm gonna try to see if I can do that translucent thing. It's not that successful. I'm just gonna leave it as it is. Take this whole part. And just kind of warp it in a way to fit the flow of how I want it. Take those areas, make it a bit brighter as it catches the lighting from that side. Merge down. Reset, rotate. Resetting rotate, just press R and then there should be a button up there that says reset. I think there's a lack of detail here, so I'm gonna see if I can somewhat add some additional detail in the hair. Merge down. New layer. Let me see if I can add some shine. Just some simple shine. But usually I don't know if adding shine would make it look better. Sometimes it does, sometimes it does not. course, all personal preference. Okay, now that's done. Going back to the bow tie. Cut bow tie front. There's the tail. Bow tie back. Oh yes, and the crow is blocking. Hold on. I'm going to remove that crow for a sec. Gotta find where it is. There it is. Oh, maybe it looks better without the crow being back, blocking and all. I might remove that crow. So again, just gonna render the bow using the color that I've already used on the other bow. I can do a little, this one goes up this way. Trying to find different flows for this. I'm gonna go ahead and highlight them. So there's the ribbon. Make it a little darker. Okay, and then just going to add some shadow. There, merge down. So that's pretty much it for the hair. That took around an hour. And we'll move on to the rest of the character. Alright guys, let's continue. So, oh yeah, I brought the hair up a little, like pulled it out a bit. And yeah, that's what I did. So now I'm gonna kind of work on the chest and sort of show you guys how I did the fishnet effect, which you'll find that it's a lot simpler than you think. There's a couple ways I feel like we can approach this. So first, I guess I'll work on this part first. I've already rendered it out somewhat, but it's not super detailed, so we can go ahead and kind of work on it a bit. I'm just going to lighten it a bit, almost making it translucent. Add a bit of wrinkles. I'm just gonna add some scribbles for the lace detailing. Add add some additional details. I know this part is going to be covered up anyway, so might as well add some scribbles just to imply somewhat of a detail, even though it won't really show. But yeah. Okay, now onto the neck. I'm painting a bit of the collarbone impression, even though the fabric is supposed to be translucent. Onto the other side as well. I'm gonna use a bit of the gray tone. In addition to that, I'm just going to refine some of these areas. Use the lasso tool to help me keep this contained. Just overall cleaning stuff up enough. And then for the ruffles, there needs to be cleanup. A bit more cleanup on the shoulder. Out a bit more, as well as the shoulder part. This part too. Oh yes, I forgot. There's somewhat of a ruffling detail near the arm on the side, so I'm just adding that detail in. Using the lasso tool to help me. Oh, sorry, I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, just using the airbrush to blend out the shoulder here. I might actually put some of it in shadow. Actually more. Focus on blending pretty much. I'm gonna go onto the ruffles again, adding some more highlight to the ruffles, as well as to these motifs, adding somewhat of a light source, that is. Add some more motif. A bit of what we have. Now I'm gonna do the fishnet thing. So you can do it manually. Basically, we'll have to do the fishnet lines, and I'm gonna try my best to make it as even as possible. So extend it all the way there, and then the shoulder bit. Okay, first pass. Next pass is the other way around. Okay, that's messy. So just gonna try to keep it nice and even. And I have this on a separate layer, which I will be erasing bits of this because there's a lot of messiness going on. I'm gonna be erasing that. So once I have that done, going over all the areas that should not have the lines over it. Just gonna delete those areas. Once that's done, there's like little dots here, so I'm gonna go ahead on each one of these intersections, put the dot. Alternatively, I think what we could do is basically pre-make this sort of fishnet texture and then apply it. That way we don't have to kind of redo this every time, just have to do it one time and warp it to contour the character. But yeah, this is how I did it. Lower the opacity. Actually, in here, additionally what you could do is kind of add some small amount of shading to each individual square. Okay, no, I don't think that works. Let me go ahead and add a bit of shadow in here. Okay, let's go with that. And then of course we have the bow. Let's see how it looks with the bow. Yeah, there we go. Getting there. Let's go ahead and add some more small details. I am adding a ridge. Go ahead and add a bit of shine. Just some small detail. And then add the same shine to the sides. Okay. Go for the strap. So this is the strap that she has for her outfit. outfit. Of course, this is a more sexy version of it. So I'm gonna have to do this carefully. I've already made a basic shape for the strap on how it will contour the body and all. So hopefully I'll end up working out. I kind of have in mind this Victorian-esque, picture frame-esque type embellished strap. Hopefully I can get that through the concept when I paint it. So there has to be some sort of volume, so I'm gonna be adding some subtle highlight to some of these areas. Let's go ahead with the highlight. Some shadow here. There. There. Just trying to get the volume right. And then, last but not least, finish it up. Like that. I'm not sure if it will translate well. We'll see. Maybe I will remove this part later. So this is what I'm going to work with. Okay, now that I have the strap, I'm going to slowly kind of refine the surrounding elements of the strap. First, the ruffle deserves some shadow underneath it, because the ruffle's casting shadow on top of the skin. Usually I will try to add a bit of shadow throughout clothing that's overlapping the skin, pretty much. Go ahead, add some more shadow, very gently, going here, add some shadow, trying to make a squish, the armpit squish. Extend it down. This part needs some more shadow. So add a bit more squish. Bring the highlight up. Maybe the chest should be a bit trying to figure out the right way of painting the chest here. Let's go down here. The detail links for the strap. I wouldn't even call it a strap, but that's the best way I can describe it. I'm just going to imply some sort of indentation, casting from it onto the skin, so that it doesn't feel like it's floating. I'm gonna have to be a little careful with how I demonstrate that. Softly pulling this up. A bit of shadow on the side. Looking back and forth at the small preview. Now to this side, just adding some shadow for indentation. I'm being pretty careful with how I do it too. Nope. Bring it back. Add a tiny bit of highlight here. Add a tiny bit of indentation here. I think I'll just have it like this. Go back to the strap part. Gonna slowly include a bit of the skin tone reflected in the straps. Perhaps it will feel a bit more blended in that way, because it was kind of feeling out of place. Clean this up. Okay, I think it's looking a little more integrated. Clean up a bit more. blend it a bit more. Now for the normal parts. Let's go ahead and select that bit. Add the highlight. I was thinking I would make the frill here into like some sort of lace detailing. So I'm gonna just add some scribbling, line detailing, nothing too extreme. And you can see that it is messy up close, but if you zoom out, it won't be as bad. I mean, for the most part. For the most part, it's not that bad. Maybe it's a little bad, but I don't think people will be paying attention to that. Okay. Cleaning up the area. Now for the darker portion of her top. I'm gonna pretty much do the same thing. We're gonna give the fabric a bit of thickness. Some highlight at the very top, and then we have the motif. Gotta make sure it looks even though. Okay, let's go with here and just fix the one over here. Over a bit more. Okay, I might have to adjust this one actually, so that both of them are even. Okay, I think it's even now. Next thing I will do is add somewhat of a seam to the top. Oh shoot. Get that done. I'm just gonna highlight a bit of one of the seam. It just adds that extra additional detail as well as differentiating the texture of it since we put a bit of highlight to it. So we're assuming that it kind of looks more satiny pretty much. Same with here. Okay, now that that's done, lock it down. Now that that's done, work on the blue part a bit. Lock it down. Just trying to refine it a bit more. Next, work on the chest part. just making it sharp, a bit sharper. Trying to keep it oops. Maybe this part could be a little bit forward. It's not very obvious, I guess. This part will need to be readjusted so that it will feel like it's laid on top of the skin. Like that, or something. Going back here. Adding some smaller details. Clean up the chest a bit more. But yeah, this should do it. Maybe I'll add some more details later on, but top complete with the strap. Actually, I kind of want to put some more detail on the strap actually. Okay, now for here. Time to do the, what's it called? The lapels. I've already gotten started. I think I just need some additional details. This part is all about refining those details. Okay. Kind of did the wrong placement for this, so I'll have to come up with something. Go ahead, add a bit of shine. And sort of refine this part a bit more. Once I have it refined, I will be reusing this. Kind of want to do a little ruffle detail here. Let's see how that looks. For that. As for here, let's add a bit more shine. Use a smaller brush now. Just to add that detail. I'm gonna use this color on the other side of the fabric so that I can add that so that it's obvious the volume of the fabric. Oh, excuse me. Onto the other side. Okay, so this side, there's not gonna be too much going on since it is pretty much slanted, so it will be very hard to see any, if not any, detail. But I will add enough so that it makes sense. Okay. So just using the lasso tool to help me isolate these individual pixels. Take a bit of that color that I've already got on the other side and use it on this side. And also I'm going to copy this and then bring it to this side, or at least try to reuse it. I mean, at least I could reuse the golden emblem part, right? That should do. Other than perhaps actually adding some shadow onto the golden trim here. Okay, now that this lapel is done, I think what I'll do is go create a layer underneath it, and in a way, actually you know what else I could do to add shadow? Just gonna select this, paste underneath, and I'm going to manipulate this underneath as if pretending that it's the shadow. Lock it down. Take the skin tone, a darker color of the skin tone, do the shadow, and then of course I have to sort of kind of erase bits of it so that it's not super obvious, and then add a bit of shadow underneath it. Side is not going to be as serious. I'm just going to do a strip of shadow underneath. Now, I don't think I would spell the name right. And there's this one. Well, this one isn't too bad. I'm just going to refine this a bit. Blending that highlight all the way down, kind of painting over the more bluish highlight with a more uniform color. It is a little soft though, so I'm cleaning that up. Just that? Oh, I guess it's just this part then. So for this side, just gonna try to stick to the silhouette. There's not much to refine on this part. Sorry, not bring it over, but reform it to be a bit more curved. And actually, should be another piece here, actually. The secondary piece. And this secondary piece, same, it will get the highlight, just like the other piece there. Once I do that, I'll go back, blend stuff in more because definitely needs to be blended in. Softly bring the highlight all the way to this flat too, so that it has a nicer flow. So yeah, that's what we have. This is darker as well. Let's see if it will look better if it's darker. Well, it's supposed to be darker from the start. After I do that, going back to the body layer, now let's work on this. So after I finish refining the stomach portion, I'm gonna go ahead and add some more details because we still have a lot of stuff to cover. This is usually how I draw my drawings. It's nothing too complicated. You just have a shadow with a bit of highlight on the inside, and then gradually blend that in. I'm gonna go ahead, take this opportunity to clean up the skin tone as well. And these stockings. Let's see if I can kind of adjust the shape of the hip here. This is the shaded part. Blend that in. Add a bit of highlight here. So our underwear is gonna have a bit of lace detail. Right now I'm just putting in the basic shape of it. And I think she's gonna get a garter belt as well. I'm going to remove this part so that I can see what I'm working on. Alright, now comes the tricky part. I gotta do the stocking. Okay, so let's do this. So what I'm gonna do is, well, usually here's, I'll tell you guys the truth. Usually I would just look for a photo image and use that and just plop it down. But okay, we're gonna try to do this manually. So I'm looking at her stocking. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to emulate that. Oh, hold on. Into a design. This is a bit time consuming. So bear with me. What I'm doing is oh gosh. Or I will try to do. I'm gonna try to do sort of like half of the design, and then I'm gonna flip it. So this is very rough. But, see, I might end up changing it, of course. Hopefully I'll get it right. Okay, so basically it will look something like this, at least for the middle. So this is half of it. I'm going to flip it. Oh god. Definitely doesn't look like this. I will have to edit this actually. So I'm just gonna edit and then reduplicate as I go along. There's actually some detail in here. And for the cross, just need to make it a bit more clean. Okay. Here too, actually. This part seems alright. So there we go, I did it again. And now I'm going to recopy, paste, and flip and whatnot. So this time around it probably looks a little better, but not by much. adjust. Now it's time for the adjustment. I'm seeing this motif. Okay, let's do that. Oh wait, before I do that, I'm gonna clean this up. Copy. Paste. Oops. Paste, Control Shift, paste. Control Shift V. That's weird. Okay, hold on. Control Shift V, Control Shift V, which is paste in place so it doesn't paste into a random spot. No. Okay, this is looking better. Could probably elaborate on some of these details actually. Maybe we can do our own little thing, add some additional details. This is where detail work can come in handy, or it could be fun actually. Because once you get a base going, you can kind of elaborate on that if you want to. But this is only the mid part of the actual motif. Okay, let's redo this one more time. There we go. Now it's cleaner. So this is the middle. Actually, no, this is, so it's kind of like two motifs. And then there is this thing. I just hope this ends up looking accurate. Sometimes it doesn't always end up looking like how I would like it to. It's another design. There's like a bunch of designs here. I'm not sure. I'm just gonna do some random designs. And then we have this part, the bridge. There. So now I did the bridge. Okay. I'm going to merge everything down. And from that point on, once again, we're gonna repeat. So that's basically the design. Oh, actually, I'm missing some details in here, so what I'll do is just gonna do some random shape here. If you want to elaborate a little, you can work on that. Perhaps we can add some, it's called empty space here. Make it a little lacier, that lace detail, you know. I'm not working on the other side because I'm going to be duplicating it on the other side, so don't have to worry too much about it. Let's see, we can do this. Okay, let's do that. So, copy, paste. Hopefully it's not too much. So that is the design. I'm happy with it. I'm gonna merge it down. Actually, okay, yeah, this is the right way to do it, because Now that I have that, I can do this. Going to go ahead and do the lace detailing. So I'm gonna go ahead and do like a long strip of this motif, and we will be using that for the lace detail. Oh god, this is taking like a long time. Okay, one more. There we go, I finally did it. It's a bit time consuming, but hopefully it'll look good. So I'm gonna take all of this, going back onto the body, and okay, actually maybe we don't need that much. Maybe just need this much. And I'm gonna use our texture here. Warp it to fit the stocking. Actually, don't even need that much. Need probably 3. And I'm just warping it to fit the stocking, the leg. Merge it down, constrain it down, open, create another layer, and then I'm gonna be filling this layer with pretty much isolating the trunk where the design mostly is and making it darker like that. Add a bit of highlight. Lower the motif a bit so it's not super dark. Merge together. And then work on the stocking here. So with that, just gonna isolate the section. And it's supposed to be a lot paler, so we'll go ahead and do that. Add some highlight here. Gonna make it a bit sharper. Sharper as in the shadow sharper. And gonna make it just a little darker. Add a bit more skin tone in here. Add some shadow here. But yeah, I think that's it. It's not too bad. Okay. Now I'm gonna go in and clean this silhouette up a bit. And lower the opacity a bit. Going to do some last minute warping. Once I do that, merge down, go in here. Just gonna do a bit of paint over the stocking so it doesn't look like it's just floating on the leg. It's gonna have a bit of shadow around it. there. Okay, now that that's done, actually, I was gonna add some stocking texture. I'll do that later. Now that that's done, I just want to go to the rest of these areas and just add invert, just add a bit of shadow, contouring it. After that's done, going to the other leg. The other leg doesn't seem like it's gonna be up to my interpretation because she has her whole leg in stocking and I don't have her in stocking, so I mean her whole leg. Let's see what kind of design I can do. Probably something like this. Kind of want to do something like that, but I'm gonna take this part that I just did onto the other leg, lower the opacity, actually maybe I can have it a bit higher. That wouldn't. Okay, let's put it here. Remove that. That's what that looks like. Gonna darken this bit. Now onto this side. So I guess what I'll do now is I'll create another layer. Actually, let's go ahead and extend this over. And do the same, do the lines now. Trying to be fairly as even as I can. Once that's done, go ahead and do the dots. That's done. I'm gonna try to do something here. Maybe I can do like a little design for each of these triangular tips. Okay, let's see. Okay, some of these are lacking though. Okay, they're all in different. I should have kind of duplicated that part. Okay, anyways, we're gonna deal with this. After I do that, going back under, create another layer, and I'm going to just do some sort of concave shape here. Kind of want to find an interesting way to cut it. It's either concave or bulging. One of those. Okay, now that I have done this, take a bit of the highlight. I'm just gonna highlight some of these shapes. Kind of making it feel like think I might have done it wrong. The highlight should be on the bottom. Feel like, you know, the fishnet is kind of pressing into the skin type deal. But, oh god, yeah, I did not do this right. Undo it. I'm gonna erase it. I'm gonna do it from the side. Yeah, I think it looks better from the side. There. Hopefully that'll be interesting enough. Zoom out. Oh, hold on. Yeah, it looks interesting enough. I think I'll roll with that. And of course, after I do that, I must, in a way, highlight the intense part of this texture. There. Erase it slightly and then merge down. Okay, I think that should be it for that. Next comes the draping ruffles. I'm gonna be working on that next, and then the arms, and then the hair, and then we'll be done pretty much. And maybe the face a little, actually. Alright guys, so let's get that rolling. Oh, here it is. That's the layer. Okay. So this is the layer we're gonna be working on. I'm going to go ahead and kind of hide the crows that is right there. Where is it? Better delete this layer. There we go. Just gonna remove it. Okay, now I'm gonna go ahead and work on it. First, let's remove this right here. Ready. So I'm gonna start off by rendering each ruffle. Whoa, what is it doing? Oh, okay, that's why. Okay, let me merge down. Now let's start off by rendering each ruffle. Now each ruffle has their own unique design on it, so I'm gonna first render out the base, and then we're gonna add the designs to them. Using the lasso tool and also the airbrush tool for this phase of the thing. Of course you can use any brush for this. I personally like to use the airbrush for this, so I'm just going in using the lasso tool to help me shape out the ruffles. I'm also going to be cleaning up each ruffle as I go along. Should be another one here. Okay, there we go. And then going under it to create depth. Okay. also clean that up while I'm at it. So for here, I'm gonna start off by painting the inside of this drape. The inside is of a brighter color, almost white but not quite. It's kind of like a purplish white. So I'm using a combination of gray as well as purple and a very light shade of gray purple for this. So I'm pretty much adding some highlight towards the bottom area of each fold, because that's where the lighting is coming from, mostly the bottom. And by doing this, I can kind of try to make it as nice as possible. Go ahead and clean that up. Okay. Probably need to add a bit of shadow. Let me just darken that area. Also, I could probably play around with the fabric here a bit to make it a little interesting. The underside is dark. Another part of the ruffle. Sorry, I'm being a bit quiet. I'm just trying to kind of render out how it's behaving and stuff, and also making it flow a bit more arbitrarily, randomly. Instead of having a flow, I want to make it look a bit more organic. Now for here, let's go ahead and use a highlight for that. I'm gonna have another fold here. Okay. And create another dip here in the fabric. That way it appears to flow more naturally. That also means I might have to edit the background a bit to accompany the changes in the fabric, since now the fabric is kind of not covering certain areas. So I might have to do that as well, but overall, this is what I have for the fabric. The goal is to make it nice and flowy. Hopefully I've achieved that. Let me just flip the canvas now. Once I flip the canvas, then I might be able to see stuff that I couldn't see. So yeah, there we go. Actually, it's not too bad. However, I guess, okay, this side is purple, this side is blue, so I will have to bring some of the blue in here, so I will create another layer, constrain it down, color, and I will just sort of change the color slightly in some of these areas, not too much, just a bit. And there we have it. That's it. Back to the ruffles now. Back to the ruffles. Remove that so that I can see clearly what's going on here. So I'm going to do another pass at the ruffles. So first pass done, second pass on these ruffles. While I do the second pass, I'm going to also add a bit of shadow under each selection of ruffles, because that creates a bit of thickness in the fabric. Just gonna continue. Added a little bit of a pull here, and I'm going to extend the shape further here, and down here where it's the other type of fabric, I'm just going to use the airbrush to brush over it and then add a highlight here to imply, you know, that difference in fabric. Same with under here. Gonna use a bit of that blue as well as a little bit of the highlight down here. And then we're going to extend the thickness for the above fabric as well, so that I can get the sense of thickness in the fabric. And we're just gonna continue here. So this is just, again, it is, I guess you can say, optional. It is like an additional detail that you can add. Depends on if you think it's worth it. Sometimes time constraint won't be able to allow you to do this type of detail. But I mean, it does make the fabric look a lot thicker, which is nice. Same for here. I'm just going to carefully line it slightly in a way to imply some sort of volume for the fabric. Here too, actually, but first, supposed to float that way. Same with the pale fabric. I'm just going to line it with a dark color and then line it all the way through here. Like that. So that we get the volume all the way throughout the fabric. Get a bit of highlight. I'm going to do the same to the darker portion of the drape. Also, I'm gonna take that section, make it a little dark to imply somewhat of a shadow. Going to add some highlight to this side, gradually fading into the shadow and then blending it into the the fabric here. And then for the rest of the shadow, I'm just going to blend it in the old-fashioned way with the airbrush. Or you can use the smudge tool if you want. And last but not least, add that shadow underneath there. So yeah, this is what we have now. Let me kind of blend this in a bit more. Same for here. Extend it down. Okay, so I guess this side is good to go. I'm going to remove this. If you want to be a bit more detailed, you can go here. Oh, hold on. Make it brighter maybe, but depends if it, yeah, why not? Yeah, I think it'll work. Make it a bit brighter. Erase bits of it. I'm gonna select a bit of this purple here. Just gonna accentuate the colors a bit, make it a bit more intense, merge down onto the other side now. Gonna rotate again. Rotate it back, so let's get started from this side. Actually, I feel like feels like this area could use a bit of highlight. Copy paste. Actually, let me put these back. Actually, maybe just a bit. I'm going to kind of make it a bit more subtle, not having it in too much of the areas. Just gonna have a little bit of it. Back to this side of the ruffle. Before I do that, I'm just going to fill this part here so that it's clear what's going on and stuff. Darken that up. Going back to the drape. Clean that up. So same thing we will be doing for this side that we did on the other side. First pass, I'm gonna try to leave the highlight intact. That's already there, we're just gonna leave that. And have the rest. Blend it in as much as I can. Okay, so this part, I know what I wanted to do. Let's add a bit of blue shadow here. And subtly bring in a bit of the highlight here. Another one. And blend, blend. And then this one that's kind of on its own. Now I'm going to actually. What I'll do is use the lasso tool and I'm going to be kind of separating the darker front side from the under part that is brighter. The fabric, I mean. And kind of just blended it in, make it nice and clean. Might be a bit too soft. I shouldn't have it too overly soft on it. Shouldn't have it, the shadow cover too much. Let's brighten it up. Now, using the lasso tool, I can give a bit of sharpness to these areas. I'm going to use a bit of this color, it's very intense. And gradually just blend it in. Kind of like the color combo I have going on here. So I'm just gonna try my best to blend it in, but not overly remove it. Let's remove the fluffy area right here, clean it up. Using the airbrush, blend the back in a bit. Hopefully that didn't destroy too much of the color that I had previously. And the rest is I'm gonna try to blend it in. Try not to destroy too much of the color that I had previously and whatnot. And have a bit of lighting here, so that it would feel, a little translucent. Also gonna highlight this side as well. Overall, I'm going to blend it in a bit more. Now that I did that, I'm gonna try to add a little bit of volume at least, although this side doesn't feel as necessary as the other side, since it is, I guess, in a way a bit more artsy. Okay, back to the ruffle, and this time I'm gonna flip it. Let's work on it flipped over. So there's a bit of fixing to do, just general cleaning up. Just going to make this ruffle a little bigger to cover that area and delete that section so it's nice and smooth. Then I'm going to be taking a darker color and just aligning each silhouette of the darker fabric on top, and then going back here, go ahead and do the same to the other fabric. Also, I'm going to add a tiny bit of highlight here. now it feels like a layer of fabric. Gonna do the same for this little fabric right here. Take that highlight all the way around, contour it. I believe you can do this both with highlight or shadow. You guys can test that out. Gonna select the inner pocket here and add a little highlight there. Take a bit of that really bright highlight. We're gonna use it to highlight the inner paler fabric. You can also line it again on this side, double lined. Line it again here. Yes, creates a thicker looking fabric. And from there you can kind of use the lasso to select underneath that area that you just lined, add a little bit of shadow there, and voila, you'll get this thick fabric feeling now. Gonna keep going now. Take a bit of the highlight here. Actually, we'll take a bit of that. Line it all the way through. There we go. So now you guys can see that the fabric is looking a lot thicker. Just gonna continue to clean this up a bit. Okay, I think I just need to add a bit more thickness here. Zoom out real quick, you can see the thickness of the fabric. Cleaning up some of these areas now. Okay, now that the ruffles are done, I'm gonna go ahead and kind of do the details of each ruffle, because each ruffle's got a design on it. Gotta get a good reference. Okay, I got, okay, I see it. So for this detail, what I'm gonna do is, you know what? That's texture for another time, but I'm gonna be using this. Why not? Spend a lot of time on this. I'm gonna be trying to use it on the drape here. So what I'm gonna try to do is, for each ruffle, we are gonna try to conform this texture onto each ruffle using the warp tool. The warp tool is a very important tool. It's very useful. Pretty much Control T and click on your tablet pen and warp. Or you can click on the right mouse button and click warp as well. So let's begin our long journey of warping all the textures to the ruffle. It's gonna take so long. But maybe it'll look good. You never know. I'm gonna put this to multiply. Actually, maybe I can try to do normal and kind of warp it in a way that it's poking out a bit. 100, and then I'm gonna see. Maybe I can do like a really shiny metallic texture feel for this. Let's see if it works. It's kind of cool actually. Okay, I think before we do that, let's let's have it full on like a solid color. Hold on, grab this again. Next part. Oh wait, it's supposed to be this way. Actually, for here, I think we should just select 2. And try to warp it the best I can. Like that. And also clean that up. Next, gonna do like this. Try my best to warp this. Onto that side of the ruffle now, so we're gonna be doing this section by section. It's gonna be a bit time consuming, but I think the end result will look quite nice. Happy? Merge everything down. I'm just gonna merge stuff down. Okay, some of the texture is gonna have to be readjusted, or we're gonna have to paint over it slightly. Next, let's do this. I'm trying to kind of keep it a little different for each ruffle, so I'm gonna be selecting different part of the design for each fold here, just to make it more interesting. Gonna be quite careful and remove the part that it's not touching, and also using a very tiny brush, re-add some of that detail. Merge down. Last ruffle. Let's go here. Actually, not the last, but the second last ruffle. Okay. There we go. Just merging that. I mean, conforming that. Feels so nice. Okay, last ruffle on this side, that is. Gotta do the other side too. Let's go with this. Okay, last but not least. Again, warp it to the shape. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to remove this, that hair. Kind of blocking. Gonna try to okay, there. That should do it. Just want to make sure it's nice and as close to the edge as I can. So we have finished one side. Now the other side. But if we take a look, that actually looks pretty fancy. Not bad. I also need to kind of add a bit of shading here. It's looking a little flat.